Hmm. I see. I see. Staying up for a dentist appointment. You should have slept sooner. Hi guys. Hello. Wait now? Hang on. 8:41. It's currently 8:41 for me right now. No, don't start that. Should I be concerned, lunatic? 12, 16. What can you now? I mean, what? Alright, fair enough. What are we supposed to do again? Garrick, thank you for redeeming first. Yeah. Dialogues. Stage your compass. Oh, there's a person. I think this is... Mine should be this room. No, this is Watson's room.
Find Wharfdale Road on the map of London, Watson.
Understood, Holmes.
That's what I'm supposed to do. Where's that? London, Wharfdale.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Here we are, Watson. 17 Wharfdale Road. Let's be careful.
You think so, Holmes? This house seems to be abandoned.
Abandoned indeed. The funniest thing, I am like, Sherlock Holmes.
Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently.
I'm not even playing a horror game and I shock myself. Today's Tuesday.
This rope seems strong. It is sure to come in handy. I need something.
Wait. It's Tuesday. Because Wednesday's Final Fantasy. It's Tuesday for me. I was like, hang on.
Tarred cover. This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken wheel, of course. No, I can't do that.
Is future me? Yes, you guys live in the future. I do not. Hmm.
Closed. This lock is solid but very old. I should be able to force it. This lock is solid but very old. I should be able to force it.
What shall we do, Holmes?
Hmm.
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it. This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin holding it is stuck.
What do you mean you're confused? You said it was Wednesday.
I can't take it like that. Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through. But first we have to get ourselves up there.
You are joking, Holmes?
Nope.
Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through. But first we have to get ourselves up there.
You are
My-
joking, Holmes?
Okay. Yeah. You mean for this Thursday? Are you? I would say Subway. Hmm.
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin holding it is stuck.
Next year, man, that's a long ways away, really. If it's for next year, then stock up on potatoes.
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible.
I'm not bringing up little Brad. You're being Brad. See.
There, this piece of tarpaulin is very thin, but solid enough for our purposes.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
Oh. That's what. What do you mean? I spent.
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove. This wheel is in good shape.
No. What? What'd I do? Let's see. I got the cloth, so that should. Maybe. Okay,
This
gosh.
door was recently reinforced.
No.
Impossible to open.
What can I use this cloth with?
This wheel is in good shape, but this wheel is in good shape. This wheel is in good shape, but it...
This is confusing. So I took the loincloth, I took the... Going. Nothing much. Yes, the wheel's in good shape.
This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart
But-
from the broken wheel, of course.
There has to be something I can use. Well, that is my name. Well, I'm trying to figure out, because I have the cloth, and then I have the loincloth, but it's not letting me try to take the wheel. Maybe if I can do this. Wait.
Given the layer of dust accumulated in the square, this door must rarely
Hello
open.
there.
There, by sliding this piece of tarred tarpaulin, I was able to quite simply force the lock. Let's go in.
Incredible.
I have a knife on me. I'm ready.
These jars contain chemical products. I have no idea what they are for.
You use chloroform, bruh.
Some makeup applicators.
Makeup applicator.
These little metal instruments are rather...
Okay, take that. Okay, don't touch that yet.
There's something here. There's something here.
Is that clipping? I think that's clipping through the game. Yeah, I think this... I don't think that's supposed to work like that, but okay.
A trapdoor.
Yep. That's clipping through the game.
Closed.
Who designed this? This is... Hang on, sorry. I don't think metal is supposed to go through the building, and you're not... Yeah, I know. I don't think the trolley wheel is supposed to do that. Okay, let me go upstairs. I don't want to miss anything.
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
Do I?
We must find a way to get down through it, Watson.
Incredible.
Supposed to get down there somehow, huh? Son of a gun.
Given the layer of dust accumulated...
Hang on. Maybe if I can get...
This little instrument will serve perfectly as a pin punch.
But
No.
what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
Hush you.
Elementary.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
No, I can't do that.
I can't.
This stone was blocking the wheel.
Okay, now that I could do that, so I know what that does. Come to think of it, I have... Oh. Hey, Dozer. Hang on. Oh, shit. Wrong button. Oh. Oh.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step. I will go down alone, Watson. Try to cover for me if someone should happen along.
Understood, Holmes.
It gets scarier and scarier.
Rings, wedding rings, gold teeth. I don't imagine
Gold
where they
teeth?
came from. This old box must have held nails a long time ago. Nothing of interest. Pincers. Hammer. I'll take it.
Princess hammer.
This may come in handy. This may come in handy. It is a stretcher that can be dismantled into 2 pieces. I have to find a way to take it upstairs, I think. I'll be needing it. Here's an electrical mechanism. Turning the handle should supply it with energy. Ah, it would seem that there is a broken connection.
I can't crouch. I'm trying to push C. This
A
coffin.
recently made and already broken. A pointed poker. This is sure to come in handy.
Can I get the key?
Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently. Closed.
Jet.
Clothing that appears to be destined to be incinerated. No, I can't do that. Excellent. Now on to the next step. This box is broken. The wires must be reconnected. Pray, think.
It tells me a point think. Oh, wait. Oh, he said, okay. It's too far. That one's too far. Okay, reset that one. Oh shit, that one's too far. No! Okay. That one's too far, okay. I know for sure this one goes here. Oh, okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. Yeah. You can't cross them, that's the thing. So it has to be linear. So I can't do that. Right? Can I cross this way? No, I can't. I can't cross this way. Can... Okay, I can't do that way. There. Going up.
That's good, Holmes. I don't know why you brought this thing back up, but I can take it.
Perfect, Watson.
What do you mean middle school?
This bent key just needs a little repair job to make it usable. This may come in handy. This old box must have... This may come in handy.
Bruh. Oh, what's that? Well,
The fuse box is burned. The lift... Closed. Closed.
AFK Journey. I've heard that game. There's no question mark for this. Just a little bit frustrating.
Rings, wedding rings, gold teeth. I don't imagine where they came from. Rings, wedding rings, gold teeth. This may come in handy.
Okay, there's that. Grab the key. Back out. Key.
Let's hope that it really is the key to this door.
And so, Holmes?
And so it's time to get out.
Given the layer of dust accumulated... This stone was blocking the wheel. Excellent. Now, on to the next step. Look, if we lift a ball...
You are joking, Holmes?
Nope.
Look.
You are joking, Holmes?
Nope. What did you do to the structure? You didn't grab it? All the things not to do, you didn't grab it. Okay.
I need something. I need something. I need something. I need something. I hope this ladder will support my weight.
That should do the trick. I see someone in there.
Let's go.
My God, Holmes, where are we?
For us to find out, my friend. This woman is dead, Watson.
Yes, several days ago, Holmes, but the body is perfectly preserved. No odor, no visible decomposition.
Wait, what? Okay, first things first is...
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
Oh. Accept. Nope, accept. Okay. 4. Nope, it has to be 4. 9. Oh, I see.
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
I know what I messed up on. Jeez. Shoot, okay.
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
It's basically math. Why do they have to
It's a
pick a
puzzle box.
2?
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if...
What did I just... Okay, that's
It's a
confusing.
puzzle
Hang on.
box. Let's see if...
6, 4, and 3. I think I someone get it. Tell me I can grab. So I need to grab 7. I'm gonna grab 7. Eight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hmm. Except there's not many places that has. Hmm. There. I have to make that up to 9. This has to go up to 8. This might be a little trickier. Oof, okay, I might have fucked up. Yeah, I might have fucked up. I fucked up.
It's a puzzle box.
So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. Is 11, 7, 18. I gotta make sure it resets to 0, so it's 0 through 9.
There we are.
Ah.
Magnificent. This square object is very unusual.
Here's the information that boss was able to find about the client. Ethel loved paint, spoke and composed that voice, and at the end she couldn't do more than whisper, but she was able to sing of some of the Sherbet tunes that she loved. She would undoubtedly have been a virtuoso on the violin if her husband had impeded her instruction. Pink robe associated. Thank you, Lunatic. Oh shit, hang on. Is it not activated? It's not activated. Damn, hang on. Let me see. I easily forget to reset it. Seance planned for 1 week, hence but the body would taken today or tomorrow by 2 chaps that the boss recruited. Sign of recognition will be a triangle, had a square attached with a ribbon. No ways they seem to be professional. Won't be a problem. Important to mind the quality of your lime. For fixing the false eyes during seance. For the boss has asked me to close the lids of the ghost so that the clients don't notice anything. Because an eye started to fall out, he was furious and was able to perceive the symbiotic culmination. The hell? Which alone permits us to the client's full cooperation. Transfiguration is key, as he says.
This letter speaks of a sign of recognition.
This kind of client is crazy.
Glass eyes in all shapes and all colors. Strange smell. What do you think, Watson?
A zinc chloride solution without a doubt. A product generally injected into cadavers to help preserve them.
This cheap jewel must be an accessory of some sort. This may come in handy. These clothes are new, just like the deceased's dress. I imagine her clothes were changed. Look at this photo. It is inscribed Ethel Broomstreet, 1851 to 1878. This young woman who died 10 years ago looks like the one stretched out on this table.
She's very beautiful.
This old photo shows a young man dressed after the fashion of an employee in front of a shop. Some makeup applicators. This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it. Someone made up this corpse. The lips have been coloured and the rings around the eyes carefully camouflaged. Yes, somebody wanted to give the impression of life.
To what end?
Watson, this corpse was embalmed and made up and dressed to look like a woman who had died 10 years earlier.
Damn.
Look, Holmes, a label from the London hospital. It must be a corpse stolen from the London hospital.
We've seen everything. It's a pendant.
Amusing. The man in the photo taken in 1883 and the one on Prince Raskolnikov's leaflet are one and the same, and no more a prince or a Russian than you or I, Watson. All is clear, Watson. A charlatan passing himself as a prince, making the dead come back,
Hey,
using corpses
doing well.
as puppets.
Which explains the disappearance of corpses at the London hospital. It was to fuel this sordid entertainment.
It's fucked up. See, I don't see anything else.
Holmes, I hear a cab stopping in the courtyard. Someone's coming.
It is probably the dealers, Watson, but instead of running, what if we were to meet them, if we managed to win their trust?
You are joking, Holmes?
No, we never joke. Let's do this. Hello.
Oi, what you doing there, you? It's private in here.
Calm down, we aren't here as tourists.
I haven't either.
We have come to collect our packet.
Oh, well then, you just had to say. I was told that you weren't no tramps, but I weren't expecting that you was... Given your get-up, I guess you're
What?
boss.
No.
Yes.
Well, the subject ain't ready yet. I ain't done with it yet. You'll have to come back.
Well, that's, a real problem.
Say,
Yeah,
we have
technically I
personal
do.
orders too, for some organs. You wouldn't know where we can find them.
What type of...
Kidney, uterus.
Oi, I don't hack up my dollies. That's the work of an artist.
But you wouldn't happen to have a colleague who might furnish this type of item.
No, you can't make a copper doing that nowadays.
Oh, it's
Since the
rare to
bigwigs
find now.
made it easy to get stiffs, The medical schools are bursting with bodies to carve up. Docs and students have got all they need. Business is dead. For a few coppers, hospital bloke might help you out, but I don't know for sure. They'd be right in for it if they got caught. It probably just ain't worth it.
I understand. And what do you do with the corpses once you're finished with them?
I don't bother myself with that. But one thing's for sure. After the seance, they're good for nothing but chucking out. I ain't Napoleon's embalmer.
Well, if you'll excuse.
You've got a funny way of talking, you.
Oi, it's normal. He's a brain, you see. A thinker at that. Seize you round, old man.
So, Holmes, the corpses that have disappeared from the London hospital
Hello.
are used during seances. Nothing
Oh.
to do with organ trafficking.
Yes, it all suggests nothing of the kind is underway in London. In the medical world, all dealings would be visible, not to mention unnecessary. The crook we met confirmed this viewpoint. It's hard to imagine, therefore, that our Whitechapel killer perpetrated these massacres with the goal of selling the organs.
What lead should we follow now, Holmes?
Try to learn more about Tumblety. This squibby should give us some information, but first I must stop the journalist Tom Bulling from harming him. I hope my secret police will soon have some
See you, boss
information
cake.
on him. While we wait, Watson, I would ask you to inform your
Oh, wait,
colleagues
wait.
of your recent discoveries. It would be good if these morbid, ghostly spectacles stopped, and this will need to be done at the London hospital.
You are right, Holmes. Another false lead followed by the police, Holmes? Yesterday's Times says that a John Fitzgerald, who had claimed responsibility for the murder
Going
of
pretty
Anna
well.
Chapman, has finally been released. He was, it says, lying.
That's of little importance, Watson.
It's incredible. It's been more than 3 weeks since the murderer struck, and the tension is as strong as ever. The press won't stop talking about him, and people are still full of fear. Perhaps the killer got what he wanted, people talking about him, and has chosen to stop committing crimes. What
So
do
he
you think,
murdered for the
Holmes?
fame?
I doubt it, Watson. Everything leads me to believe that he is in hiding and waiting for the right moment. The area is packed with police, and that would obviously hamper his work.
Right,
You
right.
think he will start again, Holmes?
I have every reason to believe nothing will stop him short of his arrest or his death. Sadly, our investigation has reached a dead end, and I fear that we'll need another victim to get back on track.
Yes, how awful. And what of the case of the burnt mat? Have you resolved that?
Oh, that's a matter of little interest, and resolving will be of no benefit, above all to Miss Fleming. Ha! I hear the footsteps of my faithful Wiggins on the stairs. The game is afoot again, Watson.
Game's afoot. Game's afoot.
Mr. Holmes, the scribbler resurfaced. At last word, Pounce saw him racing to Central News Agency where he works.
Excellent, Wiggins. And still nothing on the doctor?
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. He's one sleek yank, but we'll find him.
Good work. Here's something for you.
He, he,
I
he,
must
he.
leave you, Watson. If I can get my hands on this bulling, I will have much more interesting news on the bothersome Tumblety. I have only to change. If you can, Watson, I entreat you to stay here.
Oh, yeah,
and
he
wait
is one
my
slick
word.
yank.
We may not be
He's
more
a
than
Yankee,
two
you know.
when the time to act comes.
You can count on me, Holmes.
Why there was a split of British and Irish? Bruh. Never again. Never again, I say. Let's see, we do need to... Central Agency. Excuse ya. I... Never again. Never again.
Let's go to the Central News Agency. I'm at the press agency where bullying works.
Bullying. Good chap, where are you?
What do you want?
It would be very informative to search Bulling's desk before meeting him, but first I must get rid of this bothersome person, perhaps by offering him a scoop.
Dear sir, I have a scoop. Thank you. I have a scoop for you, and it is about this man.
Good evening. I'm looking for Tom Bulling, the journalist.
He isn't here. He must be sleeping off somewhere. He gave me a tip. He wanted to save a scope for me. He always gets a good dirt. And yet when he comes in here, it's just to warm his behind. Look, he pulled his desk over the stove.
Oh. I see. Save. Yes.
A mirror. Bulling's boss, Mr. Moore, seems to be protecting the journalist. I have inspected everything, but there's no sign of Bulling. He must have dashed off to his HQ, the Wasp's Nest. However, before I go to see him, I should find out about this mysterious information. It could help me get something out of the journalist. To the police station, then.
God dang it. Hang on. I know it's my model. Nope, wrong point. There. Police station.
Let's go to the police station.
There's a baby caught here.
Come, come. Back again, are we? Come this way, good man. The inspector has a few questions to ask you. Here is the man, Inspector.
Congratulations, Humphreys. So, my lad, one would say that you owe us a bit of an explanation for having left something with us. What is your full name and profession?
Sherlock Holmes.
Penlock
Consulting
Holmes.
Oh,
detective.
Well, how about
Oh,
that?
time detective.
Mr. Holmes, can you explain this get-up, your presence in the neighbourhood despite my instructions, as well as this most opportune restitution of jewels?
Firstly, I should tell you that not being under your command, I never understood what you said as an order, but rather as advice. I thought I would be wise to follow them to a certain extent. I intended to explain the stolen goods sooner or later. My presence here will allow me to fill you in on a few conclusions that...
If it is in regard to the Whitechapel murders, it won't help us much.
No.
We have no doubt that we will be revealing the identity of the murderer to the people in the area in a day or two.
You don't even know who it
Mr.
is.
Inspector, and I offer you my sincerest congratulations. Nonetheless, you should investigate a certain doctor.
Listen, Holmes, let us do our work. You've rid us of a great pain in the rear end by finding those jewels for us. It's weeks of work that you've saved us. But I think you're a little underqualified for a case like
Alright,
that.
see you later, Beyond. Drive home safe.
It's over. I demand that you do not set foot in the area. Is that clear?
I take note of your advice, Inspector. You mentioned Jack the Ripper. Pardon me, but you know the name of the murderer?
Oh, it's from a letter that the Central News Agency sent our way. It was written by the killer. And even if it can't be proven, it must be recognised that the signature is striking. This
Striking.
information is confidential, and I would ask you to keep it to yourself, Holmes.
Can I have a little look? Out of mere curiosity, Inspector. Then I shall disappear.
In that case, I don't see any objection.
Thank you so much.
Sheer patron. I keep on hearing the police have caught me, but they won't fix me just yet. I have laughed when they look so clever and talked about being on the right track. That joke about leather apron gave me real fits. I am done on... I can't say that. I am down on blank, and I shan't quit whipping them till... Shan't. Mean he can't. Till I do get buckled. Grand work like the last job was. I gave the lady who no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You will soon hear of me with my funny little game. I saved some of the proper red stuff in ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink fits enough, I hope. Next job I do, I shall clip the lady's ear off and... oh, there's more. Send it to the police just for jolly. Wouldn't you keep this letter back till I do a bit more work? Then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp. I want to get to work right away if I get a chance. Don't mind giving me the trade name. Yes. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Cursed, no luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. I don't think he wrote this. This is...
Me? Not up to discovering who Jack the Ripper is? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we, Inspector Aberline? I know who wrote the Dear Boss letter signed Jack the Ripper that Inspector Aberline gave me, and above all, I now know why. This Tom Bulling was inspired by this fantastical character to build a myth out of the Whitechapel Killer. Perhaps he would be receptive if I shared my discovery about him and prevent him from accusing Squippy. I must find him at once. My best bet would be to try my luck at the pub.
Pub.
Ah, Holmes, I got your message, and here I am.
I don't think it's Jack the Ripper that wrote that.
That oaf Bluto is looking for us with evil intentions, and he may be hiding here. I will try to get more information inside. You, Watson, will be our lookout, and at the slightest suspicious sound, do not hesitate to call the constable on his rounds.
Aha, I found you. You with the top hat.
Good evening, Mr. Bulling.
We know each other?
No.
However, I have some information that may be of interest to you.
Talk, my friend. A pint for you if what you say is worth something. Does it have to do with the Whitechapel murders?
Yes.
Indeed, I know the identity of the man who wrote a letter to the police, a letter entitled Dear Boss, in which the author claims to be the Whitechapel murderer and is signed Jack the Ripper.
What?
It's a journalist who is inspired by Spring-Heeled Jack in order to strengthen the credibility and the seriousness of his agency. This new Jack will give him some first-hand information that he, in turn, will dole out sparingly to the authorities, as well as some carefully distilled indiscretions that the big papers will come to beg of him. He plays both sides off against one another and becomes the chief orchestrator of the rumor. He wrote this letter in this very spot, and he has red ink on his fingers. Like you.
What exactly are you after, my friend?
You've been threatening a certain Squibby to distribute a telegram naming him as a possible suspect in these murders in revenge for an old feud.
Damn.
I suggest you don't write this note and that you leave Squibby alone.
I'd
Exactly.
forgotten about the existence of that rapscallion. I threw that at him when I was visiting the station to get the dope. You should have seen his face.
You must also stop sending these letters that waste the authorities' precious time.
Right, well, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I quite
I
why
have a
wouldn't
great
mention
relationship with
it.
the Bobbies. Just ask around.
Because
I
it
don't
only
answer
lasts
to
5
nobody.
minutes.
Now leave me alone.
Farewell, sir.
Good riddance. I have nothing further to say. Leave me alone.
I have a knife. Oh, I threaten you.
Let's hurry to the police station, Watson. We are close to our goal. Squibby will be able to reveal what he knows about Tumblety.
It is.
Squibby, so that's it. You're a free man again. We were just coming to the station to find you.
Yeah, the Bobbies agreed to let me go, and I came to see Bluto before ferreting you out. So, you've seen the newspaper man?
Yes, he is in the pub and everything is taken care of, but I'm waiting to hear what you have to say about Dr. Tumblety.
Okay, but we have to be quick. One night, I goes to see Bluto in his hideout that ain't far from the boarding house where this Tumblety bloke has a room. I see him coming in too. He must have been on one real binge. To the point, the Tumblety fella was there, and he smiles at me, all nice like. He tells me he's a great Yankee doctor, but my business interests him. I'm interested, I tell him, but I'm not the type to just jump right in without getting to know a person, see?
Right?
He invites me round to his room to talk business, just him and me. We empty a bottle or two, and all of a sudden, like, he wants to show me what he's got in this big trunk that he always carts around places. I just about vomited, see? In these jars, just like pickles, you know, there were pieces of meat. And he whispers that it's the lady bits of some old dames.
Damn.
He called them peckybins. I'd call them love killers, I would. Yuck. After that, he starts to go on about rich folk. They ain't nothing but dogs. And I won't tell you the worst of it. Then he comes all close to me and puts his sweaty hand on my leg. He was one of them types. Not me. I don't wait a second before I give him a good thrashing. And I start
sounds like
running
a
and let
creep.
go of him, and he still wants to see me again just to talk business. But then I had to do time, so business.
Do you know where he can be found?
Why? Ain't he in his digs? Maybe he got to liking life behind bars too. I heard that in some jobs there's a way to.
Thank you for your information, and we'll meet again, my friend. Here is the sum I promised to get you out of London.
Ciao, fella. I've just got a little score to settle with Bluto, and I'm heading for the country.
Oh boy.
Lipski!
Uh-oh.
My dear Watson, we must strike while the iron is hot. We have avoided meeting Dr. Tumblety until now. The time has come to do so.
Do you have an opinion, Holmes?
We must assure ourselves that the factor collector of female organs and a murderer who removes said organs are resident in the same area at the same time is nothing more than coincidence.
I thought
Finley.
that you wouldn't bring me back your keys. Oh, it's you, Mr. Holmes. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening. Were you expecting company?
Indeed, it is I again. One of your tenants left without returning his keys?
Yes, it's Dr. Tumblety whom we spoke about. Shortly after your last visit here, some constables came and asked me a few questions regarding him. Barely had they left than the doctor came barreling around a street corner and rushed up into his room upstairs. A little while afterwards, while I was tidying, I heard a thud in his room and a rush down the stairs. He left with most of his bags, but without returning his keys.
Huh.
You can go up and see if you wish. The door is still open.
Oh, thank you.
Careful, Watson. Do not walk around here until I've inspected these marks.
I know, Holmes, I know. I understand your methods.
Do ya?
Ah, you have your rule and magnifying glass. I thought that you had forgotten them, Holmes.
I would
Never
never.
forget the essentials, my dear Watson.
Huh. This is... they look like hourglasses. V-shape. Very fancy shoes. It looks like sneaker, but on another look, it could be like very fancy shoe of interesting threads. Kind of like gentleman shoes? See how long this is. It's about 24.
Size 13.
Size 13.
Right foot, light trails. The man was running.
He was running. Well, I guess I'll
Right
explain.
foot, light trails. The man was running.
Ah, you have your rule and magnifying glass. I thought that...
I never forget the essential.
Wait.
This isn't water. Going by its sticky texture and odor, I'd say we're dealing with formalin. These are the
Formalin.
footprints of a tall man who had recently stepped in formalin and who left this room in a hurry.
Well, can I walk on it and enter the room now, Holmes?
Yes. But I shall go first. He sure. Oh dear God. If you are faint of heart, do not look.
Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe. These brackets are rather unusual. What do you think, Watson?
Let's see, Holmes. These are the names of the battles from the American Civil War.
Oh, I don't have that information yet.
There are a few pieces of a large glass jar in this puddle. The man who left the footprints on the ground must have walked in it while fleeing. This Dr. Tumblety seems to be attracted to men more than women. That much is clear.
Mm-hmm.
So, the doctor has a handgun, and he would use it to restrain young men, perhaps. If this letter is addressed to him, it would appear our doctor is a veteran of the American Civil War. Vicksburg is the key. Now, that is interesting.
Vicksburg is key. Is there anything else that I need to look at before? I think I'm supposed
Going
See
by
it.
its size, this enormous...
Let's see. Vicksburg.
Let's see, 5 latches, each fitted with a 6-number combination system.
Victory. Document. See, you did not understand. You found yourself in this situation. Your passionate discussion of legitimacy. Vicksburg is the key. The war can never be brought. I'm sure that Lincoln himself would be apart during these dark hours.
Going by its size,
Vicksburg is key. The mall are the key. Fort Summit. Hang on. Oh, we can change this too. Fort Summit. So, try to see. Date. Is it month or date? It's 1 of 3. Victory. Vicksburg is key. Hang on. I'm gonna have to look this up. When was Vicksburg? Civil War. This is, you have to think outside the map for this one. Was July 4th, 1863 between May. So May 18th, 1863 to July 4th, 1863. So 63 can't be this. Six. Alright, good night, corpse. You sleep well now. The mall is key. Hi, Chris. Hello. How are you? Seven. Just trying to solve a puzzle right now. So more is the key. Oops. Oop. I had a click. That's the click. Okay. Next is Gettysburg. Gettysburg Civil War. July 1st of 1863 to July 3rd. So... Wait, this is the date. So 03, because they do it differently from America. So dates and months, so July is 7. And then 63. Okay, and then what kind of hat do they use? It's like Gettysburg. I think that's Gettysburg hat. Oh, okay. Charlesville. I swear this is not Civil War. See, April 30th, 1863 to May 6th. That's May 2nd. 2, 3, 4, 5, and it still ends 63. Okay, what hat do they use back then? It looks like cowboy hats. Okay, there's that. Antietam Civil War. September 1762, so it's a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 6. 17, so 1, 7, nope. 7, and September is 09. Okay, and then what hat did they use? Okay, so I have the right hat on. Flag. Said it was. Oh! Never mind. Fort Sumter. April 12, 1861 to April 13, 1861. So only a day, so the start of it? Yeah, there's a start date, so... 2, 3, 4...
Elementary.
Yeah! Okay, turn that back on.
This is dreadful, Holmes. This trunk contains 4 jars in which organs are floating.
Watson, can you tell me at a glance what these organs are?
I would say that they are parts of female reproductive organs.
Are these specimens fresh?
No, and I am quite certain of it. From the colour and appearance, I'd say these organs have been in these jars for several months, if not years.
Disgusting.
Let's go to Baker Street.
Is there someone here?
Yes.
Oh. I think
What's
it's
going on,
time
Finley?
to...
You seem to be in a panic.
The 2 police officers wanted to know if someone suspicious had entered here. The Whitechapel killer has struck again, and if I understood correctly, he killed 2 women in the past few hours.
2?
I don't know. The police didn't tell me anything.
Quick,
Damn.
Holmes, we must catch up with them.
Certainly not, Watson. Mr. Finley, do you know if the doctor had any other pieces of luggage up there apart from this trunk?
1 or 2, I think.
Do you take care of the doctor's laundry?
My wife does laundry for the tenants once a week. The sheets likewise.
Would you be kind enough to let us know as soon as possible if the doctor shows up again?
Certainly. I'm just worried that he won't be back, you see, and I'm annoyed about my keys.
It's a key.
Holmes, I don't follow. The Whitechapel killer is, at this very moment, very close by, and we are just staying put, twiddling our thumbs.
The Whitechapel killer has always been nearby, and what will we do? Go back to the scene of the crime or crimes and mix with the onlookers and trample the crime scenes even more? No, our time will come. Let's return to Baker Street.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
Yes.
We were less than 200 feet away from the first victim a few minutes before she was murdered. We might even have heard the murderer's voice, and we haven't done a thing for the past week.
You're the one not doing anything, Watson. For my part, I had been working, and as you know, I've made good use of this week by tracking down and verifying all of the solid facts on these 2 murders to write up the notes that are on my desk, read them over again and try to gain a bit of perspective.
Okay. Thanks, Sherlock. Okay.
I have read and reread them. But give me something to do then. A task where I can get stuck in, because
Find me a slaughterhouse that will give us exclusive use of its block for an hour, and find me, in your opinion, which common animal shares the most characteristics with humans from a physiological point of view.
A pig.
Pig?
I don't even know why I asked that question. Pray, find a dozen fresh pig's heads, Watson. Not big heads, I prefer small ones.
What are you gonna do with it?
That's it, Watson. As soon as you have done that, let me know. I request that you search in Whitechapel. Who knows, perhaps you will learn something about where Dr. Tumblety may be hiding. There is also no shortage of slaughterhouses and pig's heads in those parts.
Uh-huh. Thanks. I'm on an errand. So, let's see, Slaughter's house. Pet shop, would you... Should be one near here, I believe.
What a ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me. Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes, it's my uncle. He's no longer with us.
Please accept my condolences, miss.
Thank you, Doctor.
He did have
But why
TB.
are you here? Can I help you?
Oh, yes.
My request may sound rather strange, But do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
The
Do
murders.
you know anything about the 2 latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Until next time. Hi. Map. There's a new spot.
There's Fletcher's butcher shop. Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick butcher have got to?
A clinic.
I have no reason to go that way. Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here. Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good
Good
evening.
evening, Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis. A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury. He left London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh,
Damn it.
no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys with family in the area?
He has none left, but he must have left Hardiman, the cat's meat seller, to oversee his shop.
Oh, I
They're in
remember him.
business. They're good friends.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beep beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic. Besides,
Beep beep. Says look for the beep beep.
It's me that you're looking for, sweetheart.
Hardiman.
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman? It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows up, and with him all the cats hereabouts.
Where does he
Do
live?
you know where he lives?
Sure, and for a copper I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street, in the same place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Dark Annie.
Why do you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah, he's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife, and 3 months before that his girl, poor fella. He was in tatters. Even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
Poor
Well,
Hardiman
I must
indeed.
leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
Hanbury, Hanbury.
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed.
Beep beep. Beep beep.
Beep beep.
Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman?
That's me.
I am Dr. Watson. I have come to see you about Fletcher's shop. I would like to use it for an hour or two. if you have the keys and your rates are reasonable.
Do you want to operate on someone in the butcher's?
What?
Not at all. One
No.
of my friends needs it to prepare pig's heads.
Well, why not? Fletcher certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
Where's that?
A problem? How so?
This morning, the neighbour above broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink.
So?
Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key, which is pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too.
Oh.
Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed.
It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs.
Fine, I will try to find all of that.
Good boy then.
Well, see you later then.
Goodbye, sir.
Cat's meat. Cat's meat.
Oh, no.
Jesus.
But what a... Oh, how dreadful. Kebabs, the same as Hardiman's. So he prepares his meat here. My word. These are...
Innards.
This bag contains butcher's equipment. Where can I find a key with a simpler blade? On a worthless door, perhaps.
Okay, I got that. Maybe something here again?
This key was left inadvertently. Indeed, there is nothing terribly precious inside. But what a
Hopefully
stench.
not.
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
Yes.
There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this.
I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs.
Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
But
Fair
why
enough.
do it in the stairwell?
Offal bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen. Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings?
Of course.
Fair enough.
But what about your poor neighbours?
They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. And I don't have a shop either.
Fair enough.
Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads?
The guy who gets me my offal should have some.
I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance.
I'll do my best, Doctor.
Thank you, thank you.
The caretaker of another building told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true?
Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington Station.
By the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences.
Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths. My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories.
Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for.
Thank
As for
you.
me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together. Let's return to Fletcher's butcher shop.
Your heads are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day.
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
Squeak.
Holmes, will you explain the reason and rhyme behind this masquerade?
Elementary. We shall conduct an experiment that will allow us to answer a simple question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession? And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door. There is nothing further to find in... I need something. There, this door is slightly raised. There is nothing further to find in... This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding. This wheel is broken and prevents... Elementary. While I prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives? A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins. Then find me a long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
With the rule, I must find a large knife.
Should have asked him.
I am in need of something. I am in need of something. I am in need of something. Size 13 inches. Size 7 inches. Size 11 inches. Thanks to the magnifying glass, I can find a small knife that matches Holmes's description.
Good night.
Fragments of cartilage. Large size. Fragments of cartilage. Large size. Fragments of cartilage. Large. No, Holmes only...
These 2 should do the trick.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
No.
Holmes only... No, Holmes only needs 2 knives.
Hmm.
Here are your knives, Holmes.
No, Watson.
Have I chosen wrong?
Fragments of cartilage.
This one?
Here are the knives you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp. Holmes, I must say that this experiment is making me rather uneasy, comparing animal heads to these poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this somewhat shocking experiment may help to end this massacre and save other victims. You can be sure of that. Look, these pigs' heads are still bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the 2 knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man. Those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in Dutfield's yard, Miss Stride. With the help of these 4 knives, we are going to try to recreate these wounds on the pigs' heads and see what we can establish about the weapon or weapons used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3.
So basically, hack and slash now.
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims. This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade. This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin. The wound is too shallow. Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh. Elementary. Let's try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Look, Watson, this little knife...
No.
The blade of this pocket knife is too...
No.
With a scalpel, the wound is... This knife with a long blade...
Judging by that...
Elementary. Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard. Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh. In using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin. This particularly sharp blade it cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp. This particularly sharp blade it cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp.
Let's see. This and this and this. Hang on. Cat wants pet. Hey.
No, Watson. That's it, Watson. The big knife.
Huh.
With respect to the opinion of the medical examiners who noted that a butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed. Furthermore, the Dutfield's Yard murder remains attributable, for the moment, to the Whitechapel killer, if we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner. Why not go there now? We will try to reenact the killer's actions that night. Our first objective will be to clarify, one way or another, the statements of Constable Smith, as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the International Working Men's Educational Club, underneath which the murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest.
Yes, let's go to Dutfield's Yard or wherever, but quickly. I am in urgent need of fresh air.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
Wasp's Nest. Whoa. Hi, Princess. What you up to? Yes. I just dropped my meds. Wasp's Nest. This one.
Don't forget that Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Hello.
I know.
Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
You better believe
Welcome
I'm
back.
going to find
I'm
out
glad
who
you
it is.
didn't crash.
I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
Oh my god. Now that people leave.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers or what?
Nope.
Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes, let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. A
Right.
bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner, who was lighting his pipe, gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify, and identified Longley's Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate.
Noctis, thank you for the follow.
am
Thank
I
you for the
telling
11
you all
point.
this?
Thank you.
In
Thank you.
vino veritas. I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
A draft, my good man.
Here, sir.
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working girl in a small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid. One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
And do you know the victim?
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith.
Hang on. Hi. Hi, don't give me that still. Hi. Okay, hang on. I need to take an intermission. Cat's needing attention. Yes, I know. Let me save. Yes. Yes, I know. Where's the cursor mouse line? Hang on. Yes, exit game quick because I can't seem to change the screen. Ah, alright. Alright. Are we good with the ada? No one fainted, right? I don't want anyone faint during stream. I don't have CPR. Are you kidding me? Is it me or I'm just having trouble trying to cut this?
Still right there.
Oh boy. I was reading a note and yeah, that was just...
I am lucky that I haven't...
clip that.
Would say anything that's better than Oculus. Actually, Neko knows better. What's the best headset in your opinion?
I also have no idea how to do that.
You died first? By who?
Neko!
You got murdered.
I got by someone I trust. Okay, that's a fitting
You're
way
on
to
your
die.
tiptoes.
Yeah, kind of in front of me.
Meow. Meow, motherfucker.
Freeze!
Someone please clip that, because that was just perfect timing.
That is not perfect time.
Achoo. BS. Can't tell me otherwise.
So I can get rid of some of these fucking things.
I flip to win.
No.
I wanna flip to win. I flip to win. I can't pick up the bullets.
What are you gonna do with that shotgun or no ammo, Penguin?
Penny killed my boyfriend!
Oh no.
Do a shotgun with no. I'm gonna put this hammer this way and go. Ew. And this is the third anvil today. Why is it anvil today?
Birds are not friends, they're food. Penny, are you technically a bird?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh? What?
Nothing.
Well, I ain't a cannibalist.
I mean...
Maybe I mean.
You know what sounds good right now? Some good penguin.
Why?
You know, I will say like penguin wings sound interesting, but then they're like not really meaty. They're like just flappy.
I ain't eating my own kind. I'm eating a seagull. Hey, boy, it's a seagull.
Penguin dinner? I mean, what?
Hey.
Okay. There are headlamps.
He's doing the splits upside down.
Oh god, it looks the same for you?
Splits upside
Stop playing with my body, have some respect.
It's always how I have stuff to do with Christian. Yes. I don't know how. Okay, I think the head is creepy at the moment. Kudo, you know, I expect you once. There's no need to get me back.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my!
Which I need to grab the game again. Okay, Cat is very happy now. Cat got all the pets she needs.
Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
Good
I
evening.
am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What
Yes.
can I do for you?
Oh, you know.
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
Oh.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
Huh, man.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand, wrapped in newspaper.
Getting sleepy?
About
I'll get
18
some
inches
sleep.
long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large
I'm here.
man
There.
on the
Taking
older
a
side?
I don't
little
think
break
so,
from
no.
work.
Even though I
I
only saw
need
him
to
from behind,
cover my
I would say
sleepiness.
that he was barely 30 years old. Or even
Myself.
less. Say 28, or even less.
Trying to
26
schedule
years
everything.
old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at
Nope.
the very most. He had a small
Not when you have a
dark brown
case.
moustache and an olive complexion, I would say. But once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in 3/4 profile.
I see. Who else saw this
Nobody
man?
else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president
Eagle.
of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard.
Dutfield. See.
Dutfield's yard. Your interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location, Dutfield's Yards to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
Let's see, 12:44.
"12:44 a.m. Schwartz, the attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, Lipsky, indicating at Schwartz using his head.
12:43.
12:43 a.m. Israel Schwartz passes by Dutfield's yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride.
12:45.
12:45 a.m. Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man. 12:20 a.m. The American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted.
See. 12:40.
12:40 a.m. He passed through Dutfield's yard.
1 a.m.
1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cart, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz, therefore, must have disturbed the killer. Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson.
For murder. It's between
12:45
here.
to 1 a.m., the murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson. Watson, imagine the victim laid down there on the ground. The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards. Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist. The ground is muddy. The throat, there is but... Her knees and dress, they are clean. Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils.
Okay. Deduction. Knees clean, ground is dirty. Didn't struggle. Upright. Let's see. Right to left. Right hand. Right toe. Straighter. Oh, hello. Hello, Sherlock. How are you? Sorry if I'm if I'm caught up in the moment, it's because I'm trying to deduct. So if I don't reply fast enough, that's because of that. Let's see, straighters, same height. Nope, same height. Right-handed. Yeah.
We have two possibilities. The first is that Liz Stride's killer and the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He
Just
will be
thinking
her
about
murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate.
Oh, you
one.
binge watch Frontier?
An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street
Have you
murder.
seen Ghost Game?
Which one would that be, Watson? Look at the victim.
Or have
carefully,
you seen
Watson,
like
and tell
the
me link
reboot of
between the
Digimon?
murder of Liz Stride and
There's
those of
also
Nichols and Chapman.
Digimon Try.
No, that's not it.
Huh? I just landed a backside kick flip. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'll try. I can finish. Fair enough.
No, that's not it.
The bag of pastels, Holmes.
The bag of pastels.
I don't know if
Indeed,
I can be a
Watson,
big
if this
sister.
woman had to defend herself against an
But I say a
attacker,
kickflip is
why
pretty
would she
cool,
have
not gonna
held
lie.
onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared
How about the
struggle
movie?
with this strong-willed woman.
Have you seen the
Why
movies?
didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Deemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square.
Because I tend to
where
rewatch the
Catherine Eddowes was
movies.
killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have
Whatever.
another murder to commit in 40 minutes.
40?
Here we are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead. As a precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Jesus. There's a passage. The movies are interesting. Depends on which season, though.
This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. Nothing of interest here. This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place. I have no reason to go that way.
Don't.
Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson. Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson. Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat, and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present?
Dr.
Actually,
Watson,
trying to think of a
course.
scene.
Delighted. And you, I have known for a few days.
I would
that
say
you are a
Tamer, but there's
detective
also season
by the
1,
name
season
of
2 of
Sherlock
Digimon.
Holmes. Is that so?
Digimon Savior.
Don't miss a thing, do you? It was the
Definitely
children who gave me away,
not
am I right?
Digimon Apply.
They didn't want to,
Oh.
but I gained their confidence by offering them a
Digimon
small home
Crown.
and half a cake.
They made a
The
good
Digimon
deal out of it,
reboot.
so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favour, that you do not reveal my identity.
There's so many to pick
You
for.
have my word. Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
On terms of evolution, I prefer. No, I definitely agree with that. Alternative evolution for Gatomon is definitely a Funimon over Magnagimon. Of course, I'm thinking about Digimon. When have I not? Especially when I get the new Digivice. So, let me be. New Digivice coming in September? I think September, yeah. And then I gotta save up to see if I can get Digimon Tamers D-Oik. And then see if I can get the D3 for Davis and Ken. And then there's also the new detective that came out too. So, yeah, there's a lot.
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These
But I'm not gonna
unmentioned
lie,
gods
after they did the
degrade the human
Digimon
race.
reboot, I
Put
noticed
the
that each
Jewish
Digimon
community in
has
terrible danger.
Lots of rumors
has a
circulating,
human
but
form
they
and
are
has a
but rumors.
beast
I see you're
form
leaving the Imperial
for the
Club.
Omegas.
It's a stone's throw away
Fine.
from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing.
Huh.
A few minutes before the body was found, at the end of this passage. Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible.
Oh.
As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men,
Yes,
they
hello,
were
Angel.
sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the 3 men, my friend Joseph, left that night with 2 other members of the Imperial
It
Club,
is kind of weird.
Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit
Human
early,
one. There's no such thing
when
as human one.
Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited. He saw a man
Did you evolve
and a
into
woman
adult?
in discussion
I am adult.
at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the
No, I have
couple.
both.
That's about right.
Yeah.
So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other 2, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people
I think it's supposed to be a
My friend
puppy.
Joseph looked at them without
Have to work for the
noticing
man's
anything
edge.
strange
I'm sorry.
and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of 2 rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
Yeah, I think Salomon is supposed to be a puppy, but then I can understand it why now thanks to the reboot because it made a little bit more sense. Is that what's it called again? Okay, is that so basically Magna Digimon is supposed to be a holy Digimon, right? And then there was also Patamon. If you haven't seen the reboot, then this is gonna be a little bit of spoiler. Is that Patamon has a holy beast version of themselves. So instead of digivolving into Seraphimon, like how Angiwomon is supposed to digivolve into a Phanimon, he had the other beast form. So I was like, oh, that kind of makes more sense now. Thank you. Makes perfect more sense now. That way they have a beast form and a human form, and it kind of correlates to Digimon Frontier, where Digimon has a human form and a beast form.
After the murder, did these 3 men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated
Yeah.
that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand...
Oh.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about
5
foot 7 inches, light complexion,
mustache.
and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
He only saw
This
her
is
from
long
behind.
dialogue. Give me 1 second.
She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the two as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Speaking of Frontiers.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomovich.
Bah, it was nothing.
Hi, Jess.
We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again. And the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
Yeah.
Let's find the spot where Edow's body was discovered.
So, depending on which one, because they just made another one again, by Bandai, so they made a new one. For the reboot for Digimon, definitely take another look into it, because yes, how they kind of like travel between worlds is a lot different than it was, because when you compare it to the first one, it's basically they were basically isekai. Let's be honest, they were basically isekai, and basically they were stuck there and they can't go back and forth. But with the reboot, it was kind of different. So I definitely would take another look into it, because then they kind of played into like the Holy Angel stories and lores and stuff, which is surprising, because usually when you try to add lores together, it does get confusing, and mixing them together gets confusing. So I have to make sure like I separate them as like, this is another universe or another time that's happening, that's another time and happening and stuff. I have the revamped square shape. Need to replace. Ah. Hi, Eddie. Hi. But yeah, I want to get the detector they just released, so that'll be nice. How ya? Never got around to watching that show. I need to do that. It's nice. Same old. Building a house.
No reason to go that way. This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. This dark and narrow passage. I have no reason to go that way. Watson, we are now in the exact spot where poor Edaus tragically ended her days.
This spot is very dark, Holmes.
That is probably why our murderer chose
see it. Didn't know that was
Turn
there.
on the light, Watson. Now then, we will need a lantern. Take the lantern, Watson. Do these objects spread out by the victim remind us of anything, Watson?
It's Jack Durpa. It looked fun. Apparently, any animal that can evolve into a fridge with a machine gun connected to it. Look, when it comes to Digimon, I'm a big avid fan. I try to get everything I can. Everything, technically. But it was pretty cool. Besides, some of the transformation is not supposed to make sense, and people's like, it don't make sense. I'm like, it's not supposed to. For example, a cat turning into an angel. It's not supposed to make sense.
The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed. A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils. These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen. Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly.
Oh yeah.
The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer. The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Also, oh god. That is... Did he just lop the nose off? If you have weak stomach, I would suggest turning away.
The eyelids were cut off. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. The nose was cut.
Oh,
The
Jesus.
cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side. The eyelids were cut off. The eyelids were cut off.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most
A
to
huge
kill the
cut to
woman,
the
open
nose.
her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort, and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people, in this case, those of the 2 policemen.
Okay, so 1:30 is when...
1:30 a.m. P.C. Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds.
Then definitely not.
If P.C. Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
Mitre Street.
I have no reason to go that way. I see you, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
1:42. Nope, that's not right.
1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the church passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there. 1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there. Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30. 1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate.
44.
1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson. (1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Right.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Took 20 minutes, so 122.
There, Watson. We are now certain that the murderer
to
really had
120.
the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible.
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
Deduction void. SL, and then for this, right-handed, this, no, piece of C. Okay. Found. Okay.
This spot
There.
is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address.
Where's
Do
the
you remember
apron?
the piece of white apron that was missing just now?
Where's
it was
the
found
apron?
just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go.
Let's see.
Let's go.
That one.
There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. There's the spot where the apron and the message were found by PC Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
What does it mean?
Have you found
Water.
something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's night time and the street is deserted, Holmes. Water.
Water, okay.
I have no reason to go that way.
Nothing.
I have no reason to go that way. That may come in handy. Who knows?
Rope. Not what we needed, but we can take that.
That
We
may
need,
come in handy.
need this. Didn't know I could do that.
A watering can. A watering can. A watering can.
Need a stick. Stick.
An old wooden pole.
Nice. At this rate, you're gonna be pro level. Piece of watering can. Watering can.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean? Yes, I have, Holmes.
I don't know.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, PC Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary.
Right.
At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, PC Long found Catherine Edow's piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates PC Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds.
So you
After
lied.
its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was
What do you mean,
subsiding,
tisk?
which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
No.
Good. You will go down the street with your
I
lantern
did
as
not.
if you were a
It's just
policeman on
really
patrol,
cold right now.
using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything. No, you aren't in the right spot with the... No, you aren't in the right spot with the...
There, Holmes. From
Yeah.
here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
Yes.
No, you aren't in the right spot with the...
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
PC Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall.
Yeah, but for
Watson.
me it's
The
different. It's
Jews are
hot
not
and
the men
cold.
that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Lestrade was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edaus not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's
Oh
go
my
back to
god,
Baker
I
Street.
can't believe you.
Home, sweet home.
Can't believe you. Before I do that, let's go ahead and make sure I save. Yes.
I
Can't
had
believe you.
nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he
Yeah.
looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Oh.
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments. Yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night.
Dear Stalker. Okay. I need to get up and use the bathroom quick. I'll be back. Ow! 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 Nickel.
Probably. Maybe.
You're doing it again right now. You need to calm down. You should come to the hot tub with me.
Yes, mommy.
Yes.
I mean,
Lucky, did you do that?
Fuck.
Did you do that on purpose? You
No.
just get it.
no, I was
That's
truly
not-
thinking it in my head.
Really? What? Really? Are you kidding me? Do I have to cook everything all over again? Oh, wait, I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm just gonna grab this and... Ah, alright, alright. Alright. Are we good with the ada? No one fainted, right? I don't want anyone faint during stream. I don't have CPR. Let's say anything that's better than Oculus. Actually, Neko knows better. What's the best headset in your opinion?
I also have no idea how to do that.
You died first? By who?
Nico! I
Murdered.
got out by someone I trust. Okay, that's a fitting
You're
way to
on your
die.
tiptoes.
Yeah, I kind of. Huh? Smart move. Ooh, that was... Why can't I do? I shot myself with my own bomb. Unbelievable.
Many ones.
I'm hungry. Eat lead.
I can't pick up the bullets.
What are you gonna do with that shotgun or no ammo, Penguin?
I gotta warm you up.
Oh my god.
Penny! Penny killed my boyfriend!
Oh no.
Do a shotgun with no. He's doing the splits upside down.
Oh god, it looks the same for you?
Splits upside.
Stop playing with my body. Have some respect.
It's always how I have stuff to do with Christian. Yes. I don't know how.
How dare you?
Kudo.
That
You
was
know,
a good
I
pop.
spanked you once. So there's no need to get me back.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my!
My hand was
the cork
bricked.
popping? Is
that too. The cork popping. Got
The
me,
cork
but,
pop is nice, but Kua's gonna beat the shit out of
Thank
me
you.
right now because right now I have nothing in my hand, to be honest. Like my hand was bricked. Are you kidding me? Is it me or I'm just having trouble trying to cut this? What do you mean you get back into cave? I got a blanket. Neko gave his blanket. Now I can be warm. Okay, so I need to grab mannequin, hat.
We shall place our mannequins here, Watson.
You need more? Give me a second. Wake this your box. Wake open this.
A wig. This will come in handy.
What else? I need 2 more. My best suit. I think that should be everything.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
That's not supposed to happen. Let's see, Then dialogue, Dutch fields, use this, and then testimony. Thank you. Hi, Zipper. Oh, here we go.
Bravo, Watson. There are our 3 witnesses.
Age would be... First height would be 5'3".
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
5'7".
Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonovich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5'7" tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5'3". Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them.
No, you're okay. Come by when you can and just make sure you recover. Height. Dark brown. And these. Wait a minute, I'm missing a cap. Must be 3 cap. Where did I put the other cap? Well, I'm glad it didn't hurt. Let's see. This one? And 5'3".
As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or 2 after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other 2. There we are. Magnificent. There is an error, Watson. Indeed, Watson, that's the... As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this...
Am I missing a hat by chance? Yeah, I am missing a hat. Ah, you're welcome.
As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two. As for young P.C. Smith's
Jim Wong! Appreciate the follow, appreciate the let's wait. Thank you, thank you.
As for young P.C. Smith's Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonovich. As for young P.C. Smith's account...
See what?
Excellent. Now, on to the next step. Indeed, Watson, as for young P.C.
Full fleet.
Bravo, Watson. Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson.
Oh. Mustache. Yeah, mustache is what I'm missing.
Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colors. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same color as the other two. The three testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all three mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson.
Me turn on the light. God damn it. So they're all blonde.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair, the three witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility.
It is. No, because I used to work in the hospital. I can't be scared of the hospital. 26 to 30. 27.
There we are. Magnificent.
Other way.
There we are. Magnificent. There we are. Magnificent.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
All have in common is 33. No, other way.
Perfect, Watson. Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was
Why are you
dressed
scared of me?
respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now, let's place ourselves in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
Go back home or to a safe location, change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
It's the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a
I'm not supposed to be
cold-blooded
scared.
animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives
I
are
did
pushing
no
this
such
man.
thing.
Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
Even if it is just a mannequin, it's giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
I mean,
All right,
true.
Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
One.
I am in need of something.
First of all, let's place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared and the piece of apron was dropped.
Let's see, 29th and Highbury. I'm glad. That's supposed to be scary. Wait, that's Elizabeth Strike, wrong person. Chapman's here, Elizabeth. Dutchfield, Polly Nicholas is Bucks Row, there you go. Catherine Endos be at the square. Why would I take a tank?
Perfect, Watson.
Perfection.
Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest.
Yeah, hang on, give me a second. There. Can't believe you did this. Let's see, so if we go like this, went like this, and then it goes like this. Yes, it's small me.
You see, Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched, or that he could be recognized.
So, the killer lives at the center of this cross?
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other. Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs.
Right.
If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the two right segments, each starting from the two murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
Nope, that doesn't work. How is this so difficult? Oh, that's the eraser. Hmm. Is this right? That's not right. Yeah. Hmm. Welcome back. No. No. Hmm. It should be right, shouldn't it? Cause they say draw a trace an ellipse in which... Yeah, and I did.
There we are, Watson.
Ah.
The killer lives in this area.
It's still rather a vast area, Holmes.
Yes, indeed. And our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone. Our killer must surely live inside this circle. Now, let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined. There we are, Watson, the Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say.
What do
Let's
you?
focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic, that he distracts them the moment before killing them, and that he left an anonymous message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders, and in particular, the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride, because on that occasion, his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed one or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This
Yeah,
evolution of which you speak.
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson.
Hi.
When we first spoke about the Bucks Row murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness. So I can question
that's
him.
my leg. Nice. Those cutscenes can be horrible. Yes, but you have made it. Princess, do you mind? Okay, you don't mind, apparently. Do you mind? Don't look at me. Do you mind? Okay, let me. You're in the mood. Here. What am I looking at?
I have no reason. I have no.
Where am I going again? pet shop.
Nothing of interest here. I have no... Nothing of it. I have...
Jesus. Corner of...
I have no... Ah, Bulling is there. It won't hurt just this once. Hello, Mr. Bulling. So, did your colleague tell you about the tip?
What tip?
Ah, I see. I gave him an explosive tip and he went without you? Oh, that's not very sporting on his part. No doubt he took all of the credit for his discovery.
You're winding me up, eh?
I'm not winding you up. The proof is that he gave me this advance on the debt.
That traitor! He owes me if I find him!
Before I leave, can you do me a favor?
Heck, tell me.
I'm looking for some reliable info on the murders committed in Whitechapel in the months before Polly Nichols' attack.
Reliable? Ha! You really think you'll find that here? Fine. I'll be honest with you. We have folders that group the dispatches from the current year into categories. In the police law category, you'll find the transcripts from the trials and investigations that we sell to the newspapers that ask us.
Perfect.
Sadly, I am out of time. I'll leave you to solve it, eh? You're the detective, aren't you?
Yes. Let's save this quick. I don't see my mouse. Where's my mouse? Oh no. Uh-oh. Game just died on me. All the games do that. What's that? It's not that I lost the mouse, it's... Hang on. It's just I can't find the cursor. Yeah. I can stop trying to open 5 different things. Case of I can't believe it's not butter. Cause it's not butter. It's not. It's definitely not butter. Look like I saved that before it happened.
Looks like I'm in luck. This envelope contains precious information. The information excludes the murder of the first woman, Miss Smith. Jack the Ripper can't be the author of that crime. On the other hand, there are enough similarities to suggest he may be the killer of Martha to Bram. I must go to the pet shop.
Now I go to the pet shop.
I must go to the pet shop. Closed until further notice. Abraham isn't there. No luck.
Beep beep.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Give me 1 second. Princess, I cannot have you be sleeping on me like this. You will put me to sleep. Okay. Hey Kitty, I have a stream that I'm enjoying right now. Can you not see that you cannot sit here?
Do you know why Mr. Solomonich's shop is closed?
No, I don't. Perhaps his cousin, the cobbler, knows. But I believe the police came to take his animals. I think that might have something to do with it.
When was this?
During the day. The kids you were with the other day were there, they told me. They just came by to ask for some cat's meat. They didn't have any money, but I gave them some anyway. Ah.
Do you know why Mr. Solomonich's shop is closed?
No, I don't.
Oh, I
When was this? Is something wrong?
It's just that there was a little girl with them, the same age as mine. My little girl who went away with her mother, with the angels into the sky.
Dr. Watson told me about your loss. Please accept my condolences. Would you like to talk about it? How did it happen?
The illness, sir. My poor little girl was in agony. And her face
Jesus
and body
Christ,
were
whoever's
ravaged
screaming
by
is
the
like getting their
disease.
life matter.
A face?
Yes, she looked like a ghost.
What illness was it?
Dr. Gibbons tried to explain when I took my little girl to see him, but I didn't understand. I'm sure that he was trying to insinuate it was my fault. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about it anymore.
That's
I
fine.
understand. Farewell. Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons.
Gibbons.
Let's go and see Dr. Gibbons. Hello, Doctor. Do you remember me? I'm Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson's friend.
Oh, yes. Excuse the mess, but I am doing a bit of tidying.
Ornament.
I have come to see you about a Mr. Hardyman, a cat food seller by trade who recently lost his daughter and wife.
Yes, I know him. A tragic story.
Oh. Just for I forgot my energy.
Actually, I was hoping you could tell me about the disease that took his daughter, a disease that would have attacked her face.
Well, to keep it short, we are speaking of syphilis, Mr. Holmes. You must certainly know that it is transmitted through intimate connections and that the vast prostitute population here contributes to its inevitable progression.
Right.
It destroys individuals by spreading through the body slowly. The most obvious symptoms can be found in the genitalia and on the face in the form of pustules or lesions. Sometimes this illness can destroy whole families. The father catches it from a prostitute, he transmits it to his wife, who in her turn passes it to the kids which she bears or nurses. These cases are numerous in the vicinity. Certain children, and this is the case of the little girl whom I won't name, suffer from an emaciation of the face which will, apart from predicting an imminent death, bring infamy upon the family.
Emaciation of the face?
Yes, what we sometimes call the pox. I will give you a photograph. One cannot be mistaken on the origin of such a face. The eyes seem to be void of lids. The nose is inexistent, as if it was cut off. And the cheeks are chiselled, as if cut with a knife. This loss of facial matter, this emaciation, is, in this area, often the gift from a father to his children.
Can I keep this photograph?
I should destroy it. But if it can remind you that one must sometimes think twice before giving in to physical attraction...
I always seem to find myself alone in such cases. Thank you, Doctor.
What the hell? Is there a bug attached to you? Did you know that, princess? That's just weird. Why did you have a bug attached to you? Oh yeah. Hang on. There's a bug. Did you know you got a bug attached to you? I bet you didn't.
Let's go to the cobblers. Let's go to the cobblers. Hello, Mr. Solomonovich.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, how are things with you?
Abraham.
I heard your cousin Abraham had a problem with his shop. What happened?
Ah, if I didn't know you well, I would tell you that it's Jewish business that doesn't concern anyone but the Jews. But as you have a little bit to do with it, you have the right to know what is going on.
Ah, would I have something to do with it?
Someone had seen Abraham telling you something and making big gestures near the Imperial Club. A vicious rumor quickly spread, and it has caused him great injustice. A slanderous denunciation attracted the authorities' attention to my cousin's shop. Abraham must be in the process of answering their questions.
I did, indeed, speak with your cousin the other night. I'm shocked at the consequences of this discussion.
As I was saying, it's the story of the Jews. In the face of adversity, we are united, but amongst ourselves, it's like anywhere else. As soon as our people take a dislike to someone, right or wrong, we can be without pity and quite cruel.
This is all very worrying. Your cousin knows one, or rather two, of the men who were at the Imperial Club on the night of the Mitre Square murder. One of the two, a butcher in Aldgate named Joseph, is probably withholding information of the utmost importance. I must find this man. Perhaps you can help me.
But there are dozens of Jewish butchers around Aldgate, half of which must be called Joseph. And you know, Mr. Holmes, we Jews prefer to remain in the background of this murderer business, this Jack the Ripper thing. All of London is pointing their fingers at us, saying, it's a Jew who disemboweled these women. Our community is in great peril, you know. There was the business with Lipsky and Leather Apron. I will see what I can do, but I don't promise anything.
I'd be extremely grateful to you.
Extremely. Goodbye.
Very well. We may meet again, Mr. Solomonovich.
You are most welcome, Mr. Holmes.
I've paced up and down Whitechapel enough. I should return to Baker Street in order to reflect on the new facts that I have discovered.
Hello, Holmes.
Whoa.
Good day, Watson.
Listen, Holmes, I know I should have got here sooner to give you a report on my research, but this case has led me to neglect my patients and my wife more than I care to admit. I've been able to sort things out over the last few days, and now I am ready to pursue this investigation.
You don't have to justify yourself, Watson. Whilst I do tolerate you as an observer, and despite your occasional help with more menial tasks, may I remind you that you are by no means an indispensable part of this case.
Oh, you tolerate me as an observer, do you?
Yes.
Oh, you're too much, Holmes. Well, Mr. Detective, despite my absence, I have been working on this case, putting my relationship on the line in the process. And I happen to have a confidential letter that only passed from one lord's hand to another. What it contains is extremely serious and concerns Dr. Tumblety and his collection of uteri.
Let me see that.
Election. Hang on. I need to get a cat off me. Princess, do you mind? Do you mind? One off. Off. Oh! Did you really need to tail whip me on the way out? Had to tail whip me on the way out. Thanks.
Excellent. This American could turn out to be of great use to use.
That's right. And that's not all. I did some research and finally found an illness that affects the genitalia and can, in certain cases, cause facial symptoms resembling the mutilations seen on the last victim. It is called, would you believe?
Syphilis and the emaciation that can be seen in affected children. I have known that for days, Watson.
Really?
Listen, now you're already here, Watson, we may as well continue the investigation. Do you remember the map on which we established the area in which our killer lives? I think we should continue our study.
Why you age?
Well, I discovered the case of another murder before that of Bucks Row. It happened in George Yard. We shall put it on the map in order to see if it corresponds to our area of research. We must place the murder of Martha Tabram in George Yard on... That is where Martha Tabram's murder took place. There's no point going there. I already have all the information we need on that matter. You see, this murder took place in the area in which our killer lives, his safe zone. Nonetheless, there are two major differences between the murder of this Martha Tabram and that of Polly Nichols. Firstly, the blows inflicted are not the same.
And the second difference?
It follows on from a doctor's opinion. He claims two weapons might have been used, and if there is one group of people we absolutely must not trust in this business, it's doctors. Don't you agree, Watson?
Watch it, Holmes.
Tabram's murder took place in an area where the murderer, whose cowardice is clear, was able to make a quick getaway, that is to say, near his home. For his second murder, he would have wanted to go further afield, so the police would not link these two cases. And as for the other murders, seeing the ineffectiveness of his last one, he headed in different directions to kill his victims while still staying in the vicinity and without going any further than necessary, and all the while planning his escape. My dear Watson, we now know what this man looks like, in what area he lives, and that he suffered directly or indirectly from syphilis. Let's not forget the anatomical knowledge he must almost certainly possess. Given his lower-class background, a butcher seems very likely. However, it may be the case that the man was a butcher once, but is no longer. He might also have been a medical assistant. Who knows? That's why we need the testimonies of the other Joseph and Dr. Tumblety in order to be certain.
What shall we do, Holmes?
As the police's cooperation is futile and can be ruled out, we have nothing to do but wait. Watson, wait, and hope we see one of these two men before the killer strikes again.
At last, a long day's work done. How you doing, Holmes?
Fine, Watson, just fine.
I suppose you still haven't heard any news from Whitechapel?
No.
No, Watson.
It's been almost a month now. Who knows? Our killer may have brought justice upon himself, overcome by remorse and ignominy for his actions.
Not a chance, Watson.
You haven't done anything about the story of a kidney that was sent in the post and reported by the papers. Why not?
The killer left a message on one occasion with the intention of harming. The letter accompanying this package served no purpose other than to give value to its recipient and arouse disgust against its sender. The killer has never done anything for nothing. In order to authenticate the Galston Street message, he left an indisputable piece of evidence. Can we really say as much about this kidney?
I don't know. All I know is that there are letters piling up on your desk. Isn't it time to move on to another case?
Absolutely not, Watson. I think that the other Joseph is reluctant to meet me. The man he saw must certainly have put the fear of God in him, a man well known for his violence and his hatred towards Jews. There can't be any shortage of those in Whitechapel. I have hope yet. As for Dr. Tumblety...
We found him, Mr. Holmes. We found him.
Who's that?
Dr. Bumblebee. He's been locked up by the Bobbies. But they let him live.
Tumble?
Oi, he was looking around like a rat who's scared of his own shadow.
Nanny.
He's gonna do a run at years.
Watson, this is our chance. The game is afoot. Let's hope that Tumblety will go to collect his
Game's afoot.
trunk. As for you, my little friends, thank you for lifting this burden that has been on my shoulders for almost a month.
He is here. The doctor is here, up in his room. Peeking through my door, I saw him go up the stairs, and I think that he has a pistol.
Regarding the trunk, did you do what I told you to?
Yes, I jammed the lock and filled the trunk with stones. Should we call the police?
Absolutely not. Go home, lock your doors, and if you hear a gunshot, shout as loudly as you can. Watson, we must disarm this man at all costs before attempting to confront him. Come, have your pistol at the ready and stay alert.
Damn it.
Don't move a muscle or I shoot.
Who? But what is going on?
Bravo, Watson. I take back everything I ever said about your less than full involvement in our investigations.
Listen, Mr. Policeman. I already told everything to your colleagues at the station, so...
Don't you believe it, sir. We're not with the police. We are here to talk about human organs, an area in which you seem to have a great deal of interest.
What? But who are you?
We are the ones holding the pistol. Listen, Tumblety, tell us everything you know and you will be spared from the noose or a bullet. Have you tried to get hold of any female genitalia from someone during these past months?
So that's it. You English. Listen, as it happens, I do have a collection of female genital organs, which I hold dear.
Why?
I never miss the chance to show my friends whatever the occasion.
Why?
If you knew what I feel when my eyes meet the young men's, as they contemplate with astonishment and disgust this soft and flabby skin that they worship and place at the center of all their passions. Women repulse me, gentlemen. They are one of nature's greatest mistakes.
Yes, you.
Lying, haughty, and most of all, nauseating.
Not all
No,
women are like that.
Men, mankind, we are not made to soil ourselves with such animals. And it is my task to
Animals.
educate my peers,
Blasphemy.
like the ancient Greeks used to do, and put them on the path to masculine relationships, the only kind worthy of our intelligence.
My God, this man has lost his marbles, Holmes.
You haven't answered my question. Did you attempt to obtain any female organs?
Indeed, but a long time ago. I was living in Liverpool at the time. A few of my specimens were starting to lose their freshness. But despite the sum proposed, the heads of the university hospitals refused to accede to my demands. The fear of what others would say, certainly. I know nothing more similar to an arrogant fowl than an English doctor. Yakety yak, always showing off in the courtyard with their haughty airs. And as soon as...
Shut it, Tumblety.
Oh.
So, was it you who killed all of these women? Yes or no?
I regret to say that it was not. If I had really wanted a few more uteri, I would have had them brought in from the United States, where it would cost me much less than here. Or I would have shown a few gold coins in the hallways of a morgue or a hospital in London, and they would have kissed my feet to sell them to me, and not taken the least risk. But kidneys are all the latest, aren't they? I think that I could find one tomorrow for less than £1. In short, gentlemen, I do not know your killer, and I don't know why he's doing that. But if you come across him one day, please send him my friendship and my deepest respect.
You've gone too far this time.
Come, Watson, let's not get carried away now. Thank you for your assistance, Doctor. If I may offer some advice, you should leave England as soon as possible. Each day that you remain in this country is a risk that an intelligent man would not take.
My pistol?
Without that, it will be even more risky.
Did that?
Can you believe this man,
he did.
Holmes?
He can't be the murderer, and his story regarding the organs fits. But we can't afford to take the slightest risk. I will ask the Baker Street irregulars to follow him. Listen, lads, when Tumblety leaves here, follow him discreetly and come and tell me as early as possible tomorrow where he is currently residing. Understood?
Understood, Captain.
Captain.
You are already ready, Holmes. What is going on?
I have been waiting for you for at least an hour, Watson. It would appear that a new drama has unfolded. The youngsters came to give me this address, but I have some doubt as to the actual location we are going to. Let's try anyway. At worst, we may come across the Baker Street irregulars to put us in the right direction.
We are lost, Holmes.
We are.
No, we're not, Watson. We are heading for the very street I'd hoped for, but as I wasn't sure it was this one, I've made a few big detours in order to find the right one. I'll know it when I see the name.
Why, of course, Holmes. Why didn't I think of that? The great Sherlock Holmes can't...
How are you, my friend? Are you not feeling well?
No.
My friend is a doctor. He can take care of you.
Don't go there. He came here, and he...
Now, Watson, take care of him.
Dear God.
My God!
What happened?
Can't talk. Wait for the coppers. Are they coming? My eyes are crying.
No.
Go find them too, mister. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. Go!
No, I must await my friend. Ah, here he is.
Watson, are you there? How are you?
Fine, Holmes. And you? What happened?
Hello, sir. Where are we, Watson?
In Whitechapel, Holmes. This must be Dorset Street. You don't seem very well. Do you need something?
Indeed, Watson. Some clay, a great big piece of clay. I would ask for some wine, too, but as you know, I taste nothing but melodrama.
What is over there?
A trip from which you will never return, Watson. Trust me, don't go there.
A trip? Behind this door? In this room?
Yes.
It's not strictly a door, it's more of a portal, a threshold, and what lies behind it is not the mortal realm, Watson. It is a place beyond time and space, the gift of a frantic artist who made use of his talent in order to grant us access to his world, Watson. Beyond that threshold is an abyss. Hell. The police won't take long to arrive, and the last thing I want is to waste precious time on them. Could you lead me out of this area and take me home?
But take home.
You should come and eat, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson has worked wonders. The joint has been cooked medium rare. If only you would tell me what was in the courtyard.
The answer, Watson.
Oh, I know.
Holmes?
Yes, the answer to a question that you asked me a few weeks ago.
How the devil can the answer to a question I asked you be found in that courtyard? And what question are you referring to, Holmes?
How our killer set about reaching the height of horror by taking another victim, Watson.
Seriously? Seriously?
Did I not tell you that I wanted to avoid melodrama?
Do you mean to say that...
Yes, that's what was in that room. You helped towards the colour. All that's missing is the odour, but I shall let that pass. The mutilations almost all resulted in large removals of flesh. My photographic memory noted them all in great detail, the shape, size and location, and thanks to the softness of this clay and your medical knowledge, I believe we can attempt to determine what is missing from this lady.
Don't you think we should wait for the medical examiner's opinion?
Surely not, Watson. This massacre has gone on long enough. I can assure you that I will do everything in my power to get our hands on Jack the Ripper before this night is out. Watson, we shall reconstruct the body of this poor woman and inspect it in detail as well. Your help as a medical man will be invaluable.
Holmes, I feel a bit unwell.
Well, I understand. I will manage on my own. Her throat was slit just like the others. The wound is particularly deep.
Did he do this?
There were incisions in the rib cage. The liver was neatly removed. An organ is missing, apparently. I must specify which organ this is on my list. There we are, Watson. We have examined everything. The heart is the only thing missing. 2 uteri, a kidney, and now a heart. He had all the time he wanted in which to disfigure her, cut her up like a piece of meat, and yet took nothing but the heart. What do you think of that, Watson? Watson?
Oh, he's gonna be sick.
I dread to think how you'd react if you saw a corpse. I'm returning to Whitechapel, Watson, to Isaac's. If the heart tells you to come with me, if the heart tells you a little wordplay there.
Not funny.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
Cobblers.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
Beep, beep. Evening, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Hardiman. Has Abraham Solomonovich still not reopened his shop?
No, not that I know of.
Have you heard anything about the latest murder?
Certainly there is talk of nothing else. Poor girl. I hope they catch the bastard who did it.
Who do you think that could be?
A madman, that's for sure. Everyone in the area is pinning it on a Jew. But I don't believe that for a second.
Why?
Because Jews don't like blood, you see. They're not allowed to eat it, and they have to drain the meat before cooking it. It's true that they eat animals, but they are fanatical about all kinds of silly things. I don't know much about their rituals and all, but I know that a Jewish butcher can't just do whatever he pleases with his knife. He has strict kosher rules to follow.
You seem to be very well informed.
Well, I buy my meat from them too. My clients don't care whether the meat comes from Jews or not. Cats eat it regardless. And let me tell you, I'd go as far as to say that I may even have more faith in a Jew, because even if they don't eat all the offals, a Jew inspects them to see if the animal was in good health. Lungs, for the most part. And as they make up most of my cat's meat, you can see the connection, right?
Jews are allowed to eat offals?
Yes. They eat calves' kidneys, I think.
How big is that? A calf's kidney?
Well, that depends if it's fresh or if it's been marinated in brine or cooked.
When fresh, are they as big as a human kidney?
They would be, yes.
You know, Mr. Hardiman, it's lucky for both of us that the murder that took place in your mother's courtyard was only the Whitechapel killer's third. Had it been the first, I wouldn't be thanking you, as I'm doing now, for all of this important information. Goodbye and take care.
If you say so. Right, farewell, Mr. Holmes.
Hello.
Let's go to the cobbler's.
I need to use bathroom. Be right back. Hey, hot dog.
Leaving my ass again.
I love how I'm the first one to the car and I'm dead.
Yeah.
Probably. Maybe.
You're doing it again right now. You need to calm down. You should come to the hot tub with me.
Yes, mommy.
Yes.
I mean,
Lucky, did you do that on purpose? You
No.
jerk it.
no, I was truly thinking it in my head.
Many ones.
I'm hungry. Eat lead.
Havana Kedavra.
You did have a grava. Someone clip that. Ow. Ow.
Birds are not friends, Starfoot. Penny, are you technically a bird?
Huh?
Huh?
Huh? What?
Nothing.
A bird.
Well, I ain't a cannibalist.
I mean,
Maybe I mean.
You know what sounds good right now? Some good penguin.
Why?
You know, I will say, like penguin wings sound interesting, but then they're like not really meaty. They're like just flappy.
I ain't eating my own kind. I'm eating a seagull. Hey, boy, it's a seagull.
penguin dinner? I mean, what?
Hey.
Okay. There are headlamps.
Ah, oh wait. Ada. Oh wait. Are we good with the ada? No one fainted, right? I don't want anyone faint during stream. I don't have CPR in front of me.
No.
Yeah. Back. Got myself some cold pineapple.
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. If you've come about the business of my cousin, I hate to say...
Before you respond to my request, I must ask you to answer this question of the utmost importance. What offals are Jews allowed to eat?
Well, the same as you.
Kidney, heart, liver?
Yes.
How are they prepared?
Kidneys are boiled, heart is often finely sliced and cooked on a skewer, and liver is always grilled.
These offals, do they come from cattle?
Yes, beef or veal.
And
Beef or
eating
veal.
non-kosher food would be a grave affair for a Jew, isn't that right?
Yes, it would be very serious. But what are you getting at?
If I were to tell you what I'm thinking, Mr. Solomonovich, you would pull out your own eardrums to not hear the end of my sentence. It goes against the beliefs of hundreds of members of your community, and for some, perhaps even worse. I will ask you one last time before involving the authorities, who I assure you will be far less discreet than myself. Do you know who the second Joseph is, the Aldgate butcher, who your cousin knows from the Imperial Club?
His name is Joseph Hyam Levy, but I don't know where he lives. I know nothing about him, other than he's a member of the Imperial Club on Duke Street.
That street is after Church Passage, coming from Mitre Square. Am I right?
That's it.
Thank you. You have been an enormous help to both of us. Now, listen carefully. I need you to find 4 or 5 strong men among the members of your family who you trust wholeheartedly, and to wait here with them until my arrival, or you receive a message from me. Is that clear?
But if you will tell me...
Later, Mr. Solomonovich. Later. Let's go to the Imperial Club.
I won't tell you now. I tell you later.
There's the Imperial Club. Let's see if I can find Joseph Hyam Levy. Hello, sir.
Hello. Can I help you, sir?
Indeed. I have an urgent message from Mr. Joseph Levy, the Aldgate butcher.
I regret, sir, but Mr. Levy is not at the club at present. You can wait for him if you wish.
I thank you. Do you know where I can find him? His home address, perhaps? It is a very urgent matter.
I am sorry, sir, but we do not give out information regarding the club members to people outside the group.
I understand. I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall. A note encouraging members of the Jewish community to remain prudent and vigilant after rumors about the Whitechapel murders. This may come in handy. Judging by the sound of voices and applause, there is a meeting going on at this very moment. I'll have to be very cautious.
Pardon me, sir, but the club is only open to members.
I must find a way to enter the Imperial Club without having to go through the entrance hall. There is a cellar window behind this barrel, which is preventing me from passing. There is a cellar window behind this... There we are. My pivot is in place. I should be able to make it tip over. Closed. The cellar window is locked. Let's go. Good. Let's try to find the exit that leads to the club. This may come in handy. Empty tin cans. Closed. Closed. The kitchen. It's closed, and besides, I won't find what... Let's hope that it really is the key to this door. Administration. Perfect. This must be where the information on club members is kept. A page from an old Yiddish court's proceedings.
Here?
Some square metal tokens. Curious. There is a document. There must have been litigation between... This must be the club's safe. What I'm looking for is probably inside. I need something. This must be the club's safe. The lock on this chest... Elementary.
Yeah.
I need something. These documents contain some words in Yiddish, which reads from right to left.
Well, we know this means... Oh. This means... Mr. Bath is 403. B is 2. Countess 439. H is 5. Just 5. 1 is Aleph. and what?
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Levi Joseph.
Here we are. I have the address of this Joseph Hyam Levy, 36 Middlesex Street. Now, let's try to get out of here without being seen. This may come in handy. Blast! My exit has been sealed off. The barrel was replaced. I'll have to find another way.
Blasted indeed. Who the hell has a good idea for this?
I can't get out through the window. It's blocked and appears to be reinforced. I'll have to find another way out. I need something. 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 Now let's quickly hide in administration.
Come on. Better move fast.
Let's visit Joseph Levy at 36 Middlesex Street. Here I am in Middlesex Street. Let's find number 36.
Hello, sir. What do you want?
Hello, Ma'am. I would like to speak with Mr. Levy. Do you know if he's in?
I am Mrs. Levy, his wife. He's not arrived yet.
Do you know when he'll be in?
Oh, no idea. You know, he works at the butcher's and helps at the slaughterhouse. It often happens that he doesn't come in until early morning and then leaves right away.
Well, listen, as soon as your husband Joseph returns, tell him that...
My husband isn't called Joseph.
You aren't the wife of Joseph Hyam Levy?
No, of course not. I'm the wife of Jacob Levy.
Jacob?
Mr. Hyam Levy used to live here with his parents, but he moved.
Mommy, who's the man that you are talking to?
But... This poor child has syphilis. He carries the mark on his face.
Leave us, children. Go back inside with your brothers and sisters.
Yes, Mother.
As I was saying, Mr. Hyam Levy doesn't live here. He works in a butcher's near Aldgate, but I don't know exactly where. But if you find him, he will surely live next door. Butchers always live near their work.
Could you possibly give him a message on my behalf?
I don't see him often, and, well, even though we know him, we aren't on friendly terms, you see?
Is he bothering you, Mommy?
No, Simon, not at all.
That's a handsome boy you have. It's strange that he has light hair.
He takes after his father. Strong, with light hair.
Wait, he sounds familiar to me. A man of about 50 years old, very big, at least 6 feet tall, and left-handed, correct?
You are mistaken yet again. My husband is only 32 years old, no taller than 5'3", and he's right-handed.
Obviously, there are many Levies in the area. I will leave you, and I pray that you'll excuse the disturbance. Perhaps we will have the pleasure of meeting again. Farewell, Mom.
Goodbye, sir.
What is the meaning of this?
Daddy!
I must return to Baker Street. Let's go to Baker Street. Well, Watson, not looking so good.
Whose fault is that, Holmes? If you hadn't shown me your masterpiece in clay.
Some actions have much larger repercussions than would be assumed at first glance. Listen, Watson, in a few minutes I will leave Baker Street in order to meet Jack the Ripper and put an end to his crimes. Beforehand, I want to go over all our discoveries to assure myself that everything is clear.
Jack the Ripper? You know the identity of Jack the Ripper?
Yes.
Without a shadow of a doubt, Watson, and I assure you that we are in possession of all the elements required to determine who Jack the Ripper is. Would you like to do this work with me? Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
That doesn't seem right. No.
Perfect, Watson.
Oh.
Let's determine who Jack the Ripper is, Watson. Thus, we have 5 suspects. Let's add the elements that correspond to each of them.
Am I missing anything else? Yeah. Sometimes.
And there you go, Watson. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper.
Fantastic, Holmes. And terrifying.
Oh, shit.
But some aspects of this case are still unclear.
Which
at
is?
least for me.
For example, Watson?
Why does the man only kill prostitutes?
The man kills prostitutes because he blames them for the misery of his life. He must have frequented them assiduously, and during these nocturnal visits, he contracted syphilis, which he passed on to his spouse, and via her, at least one of his children. He is an angry man in despair following a mistake that cannot be fixed.
Why does he only kill such miserable prostitutes?
He never had the means to afford prostitutes of higher standing than Nichols, Chapman and the others. At one point in his life he was forced to steal to make ends meet. This indiscretion cost him dearly. He was imprisoned and exiled from his community. He had frequented low-class prostitutes, thus it was they who infected him and they who must pay.
But why did he remove the organs?
To take vengeance on his own community, which rejected him and had more success than he. He is a man who bore the burden of a sinister reputation, that of a thief and a madman because of his internment. So he took his vengeance in the most cowardly and horrific manner imaginable. He rubbed his knife on the uterus of a sick prostitute before using it. He passed Edow's kidney off as a veal kidney.
That's dumb.
Why did he disfigure the faces of the last two victims?
Revenge yet again, Watson. This is what you did to my child. You will suffer the same fate.
And the piece of apron and the message at Goulston Street?
The only reason to have placed the piece of apron incriminating the message and attracting
Is she
attention
sure
towards
she saw you
himself
yesterday?
is that the people that Levy holds responsible for his arrest live in this building. The butcher's where he committed the theft is found in Goulston Street, and the majority of the butchers who denounced him surely live close to their workplaces.
But finally, Holmes, why didn't his wife or anyone else notice anything?
His wife has many children and must be very busy. The man is a butcher, which must facilitate things when one is questioned by
That's the thing,
police in
if she's
street
locked out, she
and must
needs to at least
justify
give
the
an ID,
bloodstains
make
on
sure it's an
oneself.
actual person.
Furthermore, butchers often work during the night as the meat must be sold fresh each morning. His nocturnal absences were easily justifiable. Finally, he works in the butchers or slaughterhouses. Nothing could be more simple than slipping a kidney in here and using a knife soiled with human blood there.
This story is frightful, Holmes.
Indeed, Watson. Lies, infidelity, venereal disease, murder, mutilation, and finally
Exactly.
cannibalism. A complete anthology of what humans at their most vile are capable.
Let's go at once to Whitechapel and put this madman where he can do no more harm, Holmes.
Let's, Watson.
I do believe we are not alone. I hope these men won't prevent us from passing.
Me? No. But you, yes,
Yes.
Watson. Your journey ends here tonight.
Pardon?
You are sometimes a little hot-headed. Moreover, Mr. Solomonovich has a few things to tell you. I won't be long.
You can come in, Mr. Holmes. He's waiting for you inside.
That is true.
Everything was organized according to your instructions. I don't know how to thank you.
Later. Dr. Watson is awaiting an explanation from you.
Do we not hear a dialogue for this part? It's a little bit hard. What happened? Wow. Wasn't expecting this now. I burped. Raspberry. So basically it looks like he's repeating his last 3 murder. In his mind, apparently.
Hello, Watson.
Holmes, have you the slightest idea what you are doing?
I think so, Watson.
Leaving this bloodthirsty pervert at liberty and hiding his existence from the London police? What folly!
Certainly, the police will never find their man, but with so many men deployed, this affair will indirectly have a benevolent effect on the crime in the vicinity.
But Holmes, wait! Justice hasn't been served, and we are accomplices to the fact.
Justice? But I don't serve justice, Watson. I serve truth. And incidentally, I serve my country, and I don't think that I have ever served it better than today. Imagine if after months of terror and a murder as abominable as that of Miller's Court, we deliver to the English people a man of the Jewish faith, a journeyman and head of family as the guilty party. A man who forced members of his own people to eat human flesh. All of this contained tension would have exploded in a myriad of anti-Semitic acts which would have thrown Whitechapel into a rage of fire and blood. And this man's family, who are completely innocent and have suffered more than their lot, would have been the first in the line of sight. Should we condemn an entire people to shame and promise them 1,000 wounds because one of their members committed an unmentionable crime? Neither I nor you have the right to do so. Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, is now in the hands of his own people. I have complete faith in Mr. Solonovich and the members of his community who, I remind you, courageously helped us. They took great risks and acted with the most salutary discretion. And, oh yes, it is understood that you cannot chronicle this investigation. It would be best to invent a story that takes us far from London during the somber period, in pursuit of, let's see, something challenging. A ghostly dog that glows in the night.
Don't be ridiculous, Holmes. But what will happen now? The police will endure a serious setback and a real loss of credibility. And this man?
Well, a few months after the murders have ceased, the police commission, finding themselves at an impasse, will come up with a story to tell, and everyone will vow that they know the secret identity of the killer without having the right to reveal it. As for Jacob Levy, Jack the Ripper, he will be imprisoned by his own people. He will pace like a lion in its cage until the end of his days, haunted by his crimes and his insatiable vengeance, until finally the disease which drove him to kill those poor women will finish its work and make him its final victim.
Penguin and Toniella, but... Okay, that part probably is true. And we're done. That was the game. I'll bet the game. And it's already like 1 in the morning. Well, at least we beat the game. I'm happy I beat the game. It's one game off my list. Let me uninstall it right now. And then set it to Drake Hold. Solo game completed. And then we move from uncompleted. Yep, that's it. That's it. And I still have 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. 7 more to go. But in the meantime, I gotta figure out what to play for next weekend, Tuesday now. But I should take a rest. No, I don't think it does, no. Not that I know of. Don't remember if they actually have one. But I'm gonna go ahead and read out, lay down for a bit. And then I gotta schedule my I gotta schedule my birthday week. So there's also that. What do you mean what video? Of what? Oh! You mean the script? I may make the like put the audio together, but I didn't create the script. Let's be honest. I found it. Alright, all I did was find it. It's gonna be in a few weeks. You know, I figured out what you meant. I was like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I was like, oh, me. I'm being dumb. I was like, I'm being dumb. I kinda did. Very much so, I kinda did. Look, I've been busy. But I'm gonna get some sleep. It's getting late for me. Oh shoot, that's what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and read out to Atlas. Currently, he is doing his birthday stream. Go ahead and wish him a happy birthday and stuff. I'm gonna, get some rest. Clean up my table. See you guys later. Good night. Bye bye.